actually would have been my parents' 38th wedding anniversary. I just thought about that.
Wow.
I just thought about that. I was like, oh wow. So now I gotta call my mom again. Be like, oh yeah, by the way.
Yes, call her over and over again.
Yeah, it's like always call mom. Of course, we had a great weekend across the Mid-South. Not so great from the standpoint that now we got to start off a new work week with clouds and opportunities for showers. And some of you are already seeing some showers here this morning. So that's something that we're watching. This is a live look outside from our High Five camera in Oxford, Mississippi, Lafayette County. A lot of clouds and occasionally maybe a couple spritz and sprinkles, but nothing too wild. We haven't really seen a lot of rain in many instances, but it's more so these spritz and sprinkles that we're continuing with some mist and drizzle across the Mid-South. 60s to head out the door. That's where we're starting off the day. Again, off and on showers to call today, tomorrow as well. We'll drive things down for the mid-portion of the week and another uptick in rain chances coming up for Friday. Here's a look at first alert Doppler radar. And again, just within the last little bit, seeing some showers developing inside the 240 and 40 loop down south of 240 and 40 as well. Heading down Lamar, heading down 385 this morning. 269 also getting involved there on the outer loop. And then, of course, you got some scattered showers also into Mississippi, northern Mississippi, tip of Benton, Alcorn County, Marshall County. Even a few showers down into southern portions of Tunica County, stretching across the Mississippi River, Lee and Phillips County catching a little bit of rain. Light showers also across parts of Poinsett County, Craighead County this morning. And we've had a few also up towards Dyer as well as Crockett and Lauderdale County. So again, occasional some showers here and there. I think that this is going to continue off and on through the next couple of hours, and it will be generally very light. Notice just not a lot of heavy downpours across the area. Generally very light opportunities for rain. This is more so jet-induced, basically the upper atmosphere helping to open things up a little bit to get a little bit of evacuation, to get some of these air parcels to kind of perk up this morning for these light showers. Now down to the south, the jet streak is helping to perk up some bigger storms across portions of Alabama and Mississippi. Got two different surges here. Got one that's moving through south central Alabama right now. That's going to be out closer to like Evergreen, Alabama this morning. Another wave of storms that is coming across southwest Mississippi. That's moving past Natchez and heading out towards Brookhaven here soon. Macomb as well, crossing the I-55 corridor. Down south of that, of course, you go right down I-55, end up in those locations. Well, what's happening is that our southeasterly winds at the surface are running into this moisture down here, this big block, basically. Think of it as a brick wall that's keeping the bulk of the moisture from really perking up. So if we had an open flow here, we'd probably end up with more rain and storms across our area, but just not the case right now. Very piecemeal on the moisture across the Mid-South for now. I think that may open up a little bit tonight into early tomorrow as we get another wave of storms. So this is not just the first wave of storms. One wave of storms is going to contend with down here. I think we're going to have another wave that will come shooting across I-10 later today, and a few strong and severe thunderstorms expected with that. Back here at home, again, some sporadic showers here and there, just not a ton of rain. There might be one or two downpours here and there through the late morning, early afternoon hours. We'll see a little bit of a lull with some sunshine breaking back out, and then we'll go back into some scattered downpours to develop as we head towards this evening. Look at the time frame here. We're talking like 9, 10 o'clock. Scattered downpours developing near and west of the Mississippi River. One or two of these can have some small hail and some gusty winds associated with it. The severe weather threat not overwhelming here, but maybe a small risk of a stronger downpour here or there. Showers and thunderstorms start to move off towards the east. We'll have a lull in the activity starting off early on Tuesday morning before more scattered activity develops through the course of the afternoon. And interspersed here with some of these downpours, you'll probably see some sunshine, so it's not all the realm of possibilities that we could have some off and on showers to contend with through the course of your Tuesday. That will clear out, a little clearing overnight Tuesday into Wednesday before low clouds come rolling in from the north to the south. That will start off your Wednesday, may stick around through at least lunchtime before we break into some sunshine and a high temperature close to 80 degrees. Of course, with all of this going on here, the off and on shower and storm regime the next couple of days, stay weather aware and up to date with the very latest on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. So we have one system moving through here today, tomorrow. It's out of here through Wednesday, but some lingering clouds. That's going to be the biggest impact for us on Wednesday. A new system develops out west. That'll be rolling in here as we head towards Thursday into Friday. That'll bring us another wave of rain and storms, but I think Thursday, as a general rule, should be mostly quiet outside of maybe 1 or 2 showers and storms. Bulk of the rain and storms likely overnight Thursday into early Friday as that frontal boundary works its way down towards the south. And similar to what we're dealing with this morning, showers and thunderstorms a little bit more prevalent down across the I-20 corridor through central and south Mississippi, South Alabama. That's going to help to preclude a lot of moisture from coming back northward and keep our weather a little bit drier heading through that time frame. So we'll trend drier for the weekend, also pretty toasty for the weekend as well. So here's a look at the 7-day forecast. 75 today, 77 tomorrow, off and on showers and rumbles of thunder. This is not going to be an all-day situation, but kind of more of a nuisance than anything else, where we'll have to deal with off and on showers here and there. Maybe a couple sun peaks here and there today, tomorrow. Overnight tonight, watch out for an isolated gusty shower or thunderstorm. I think it's going to be more so just a few rumbles of thunder with the rain showers moving through the area. We'll dry things out Wednesday, Thursday. Another wave of rain and storms overnight Thursday into early Friday. I think most of the rain on Friday is going to be early in the day, trending drier by the afternoon hours. And then here we go with a big warm up, surging back to the mid 80s by the upcoming weekend. Of course, we got a lot of stuff going on this weekend as well as we get ready for the World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest. That starts Wednesday at Liberty Park. Smoke Slam starts on Thursday. Both of those will run through Saturday. Notice again, many hours here will probably feature dry weather. Again, Friday probably be the worst of it, but even that being said, it'll be more so in the morning, not during the actual contest, and for the most part, likely dry during the afternoon hours as well. Saturday, of course, a lot of folks end up going out on Saturday. It'll be a toasty one if you're heading to either Liberty Park or Tom Lee Park. I think we'll be up in the mid 80s, middle and upper 80s expected by Sunday.
I was going to say, Patrick, just to reiterate, those showers that you have on the 7-day on Friday, that is Friday morning, right?
Yeah, generally Friday morning. I think there's still going to be some chances here and there during the afternoon, but this will be leaning more so morning hours. But of course, like I said, when we start off Barbecue Fest on Wednesday, Smoke Slam on Thursday, you know, you notice here, there's not a lot of rain to contend with. Now, overnight Thursday leading into Friday, that's a different story. You know, some of the teams that like to have some late night parties those nights, of course, maybe dealing with some showers and storms during that time frame that they'll just need to be aware to and attuned to, and then we'll dry things out. So again, the only day to really watch in a grander scheme for storms will probably be on Friday. But we're leaning more so earlier in the day with most of those showers and thunderstorms, at least for this time, at this point in time.
Okay, meteorologist Patrick Ellis giving us the download for the week ahead and this weekend. Patrick, thank you.
No problem.
All right, now the live look from our High Five camera in Midtown. I've split the screen here where you can see it. It is 66, 64 actually. Some current degrees right now. A little hazy there off in the distance in downtown Memphis. Downtown Memphis, by the way, that's where parts of juvenile court will be up and running today after the entire building was closed indefinitely. We got Action News 5 Sydney Hawkins to give us the latest in this issue.
It has been an adjustment for both juvenile court staff as well as parents and guardians who need to visit the county court after several hazards were found during a maintenance check late last month, those being asbestos, mold, and lead. Now, limited services were moved within walking distance to the court last week, allowing parents and guardians to file petitions for custody, visitation, independency, and neglect cases. At noon today, the juvenile court clerk's office will open a temporary office at 201 Poplar on the 3rd floor for court, for child support and bond payments, restitution, as well as several other dealings. Court filings will be available at the same time at 2 other locations, those being 157 Poplar Ave and 1075 Mullins Station. Now, starting tomorrow, the juvenile court will resume court hearings at several locations. Hearings for child support, contempt hearings will be at 201 Poplar on the 4th floor. Delinquency out of custody hearings will be at 140 Adams Avenue on the 3rd floor. And then all in custody juvenile court hearings will be at the Youth Justice Center, that being 3420 Old Getwill Road. So a lot of information to take in. We have the entire breakdown on our website, actionnews5.com. Reporting in downtown Memphis, Sydney Hawkins, Action News 5.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We've talked a lot about pickleball, how it is America's fastest growing sport, up 223% in a surge of popularity just this year alone. And this is something where you're going to see more and more people talk about pickleball, play pickleball. And we're talking about all demographics are enjoying pickleball these days. Well, there is a tournament I'd like to tell you about that's coming up in Bartlett, and it's all for a great cause. And joining me now to talk more about this is Rick Bowers. He's a pickleball player. He's joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Good morning, Rick. How are you? So tell me about pickleball from your perspective. I understand you're one of the greats out there. Good morning.
That's a huge exaggeration. I'm a pickleball enthusiast and I'm an ambassador of the game. I love it. It is so much fun, and I've met so many wonderful people on the courts. I have been involved. I've been playing for 12 years. The growth of the sport has been absolutely phenomenal. It continues to grow, attract new people all the time. And I've been blessed to be able to teach pickleball for a number of years now.
Yeah, we did an interview a short time ago with one of the local gyms here in town, and this is something that they're seeing across all demographics, young, old, black, white, male, female, everybody's enjoying pickleball. What do you think is the lure, the attraction to it all?
I just think it's all inclusive. It's a sport that is very easy to learn. The learning curve is relatively quick on it. It combines a lot of elements of other sports, so people can transition very easily to it. But I think the biggest aspect is the social aspect of it. You go out to courts and you get to play with a lot of different people. You're new to the game and people are more than willing to help teach it. And so I think that's probably the biggest aspect. You don't have to have 4 people to go out and play. You go out by yourself or another person, and people are happy to play. I think it's open play is probably the best way to describe it.
Gotcha. Now I understand you're the tournament director for the Costin Foundation Kick It pickleball tournament. Tell me more about that.
Well, there's 2 Ricks doing it, Rick Darling and myself. We kind of work as a combo team, and we're very, very happy to do it. We've done other tournaments locally, and we've just found this to be absolutely a fantastic cause, and it's a great way to educate people to the needs, and educate them about pancreatic cancer and get them involved as well.
Oh yeah, I'm very familiar with the Costin Foundation and what they're doing here in Memphis to raise funds and awareness for pancreatic cancer and pancreatic cancer research. So tell me about this tournament. I understand it's going to be June 1st and June 2nd in Bartlett at the Shadow Lawn Park. Tell me more.
It is, and it's specifically designed to encourage a lot of new players to come out and play. People that have started the game and haven't really been fully engaged in playing tournaments or have been a little bit intimidated perhaps. So this will be a great tournament for people to get started in that.
Okay, so Shadow Lawn Park. Tell me how it's going to be set up. Is it going to be indoors? Is it going to be outdoors? Do you know the configurations? How's it going to work?
We have 6 beautiful outdoor courts in Bartlett at Shadow Lawn Park. And we do have an alternative rain date. The Bluff City Pickleball, which is also in Bartlett, has agreed to be our rain out site. So we're very thankful for that. It'll be all day, 2 days. It'll be a round robin tournament. So, you'll get plenty of play time. It's not something that, you you play and you lose and you go home. So this is something that will be involved all day. We're providing lunch for everybody. The sponsors will all be out there with information. The presenting sponsor is Baptist Hospitals, and they are work very closely with the Costin Foundation.
Yeah, Costin Foundation, I should remind everybody out there, if you haven't heard, that is a family that's here in Memphis. It was formed in 2003. Herb Costin battled pancreatic cancer, and his family witnessed firsthand the challenges by patients and families affected by the disease. Pancreatic cancer, one of the deadliest forms of cancer out there, and they have done so much in the 21 years to raise funds, raise awareness, raise money for research. It's been amazing over the last several years that I've personally interviewed the family and the organization to see what they're doing each and every year. And I love this idea of the pickleball tournament. So I understand entry fee is $65, lunch is included. Anything else we can tell people about the tournament, how they can get involved?
Well, there is a website and a link to it. They can go to Pickleball Brackets, and they can just search for Costin tournament. It's got a little search bar on there for them to go to, and they can find that there and sign up. That's pickleballbrackets.com.
If you had to sell pickleball, specifically this pickleball tournament, for someone who's never played, how do you sell it? Ready, go.
This is a great opportunity to find out where you stand in your development of your pickleball skills without being intimidated. And there'll be court monitors on the courts that are going to help. And so that's, I think, something that's unique that won't see at all the other tournaments. But it's all set up and designed for good, fair play.
All right, fantastic. Rick Bowers, we really appreciate you talking about this pickleball tournament benefiting the Costin Foundation that helps pancreatic cancer research and awareness for pancreatic cancer. June 1st and 2nd. Rick, thanks. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and I'm holding up a couple of articles written in the Daily Memphian, both about the 75% or 75-cent property tax increase that Mayor Paul Young is proposing for Memphians. And the writer of both of those articles is reporter Sam Hardiman with the Daily Memphian. He joins us on the digital desk every 2 weeks on Monday. And Sam, good morning to you. I'm reading this, and the first thing that I thought of was when it was first pitched was the idea of a tax increase. Not many Memphians typically like the idea of their taxes going up, especially in a day and age where there's inflation all across the board and people are having a hard time just buying groceries. But I will say that one of the articles talks about a poll that really kind of garners that insight into perhaps the possibility of it passing. Can you explain?
Yeah, absolutely. So the poll we wrote about, it's an old poll. I want to make that clear. It's an old poll from September of last year, right ahead of the election. And it was really a poll that was to judge how people felt about the mayoral candidates. But in that poll, there was a question. This was a poll from Tennessee Prospers, and forgive me, I don't know the name of the polling firm off the top of my head. I apologize. That essentially gauged, and Andrew, you have the numbers right in front of you. I actually didn't memorize them. Essentially gauged asked people what should be the highest priority for Memphis city government. Should it be hold the line, no new taxes, period? Or should it be there should be a tax increase and we should expand for city services? And a surprising amount of people, it was not a majority, but a decent amount of people in that poll, and Andrew, you could probably read the numbers for people, were at least open to a tax hike. And let's keep in mind, this is a snapshot in time. This was before any tax hike was proposed, okay? And so it's a lot like having solar panels in your backyard. Everyone seems to be for them when they're not in your backyard. But then when it happens, people are not as so for the solar panels in the backyard. And I would imagine that's the same with the tax increase, right? It's good in concept. When it actually happens, are you in favor of it?
Yeah, exactly. So one poll, it's from the Tennessee Progress, a group affiliated with education nonprofit Seeding Success. They said 46% of people like the idea, so that's almost half, like the idea of spending additional money to deal with Memphis's needs and problems if it means raising taxes. 28% says less funding for needed city services, no new taxes, that sort of thing. But again, in theory, that's what this poll discussed in September. Now it's like, okay, here we go. Inflation's out of control. You got Memphis property taxes, some of the highest in the state of Tennessee, I believe, at last check. And now here's this idea, 75-cent property tax increase. 75 cents doesn't sound like much, but if you have a 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 home, you're talking about hundreds of dollars in additional taxes being spent there. So that's where I think things might get a little bit iffy. Wouldn't you say that?
Oh, absolutely. And that's a key point, Andrew. I mean, we're talking about a 28% tax hike here. 75 cents, that's 75 cents. That's per $100 in assessed value. Really, we're talking a 28% tax hike, which is significant. But let's keep in mind, since the last time Memphis raised taxes, which I think was 2012, the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, has gone up 35 to 40%, right? So inflation that you just mentioned has gone up. If you're adjusting for inflation, this 28% would essentially catch up the city of Memphis revenue-wise with inflation. So let's just keep that in mind. But at the same time, 28% for a lot of people, particularly working class folks in older communities and older homes, that's a lot of money. And it's something that really shouldn't be belittled as to how that could affect people's bottom line, because you have to pay your taxes to keep your house.
Yeah, no question, especially a lot of those people on fixed income, Sam, as you know. The other article talked about the rainy day fund. And, the first thought is, why don't you go into the rainy day fund? There's $100 million in there. But according to that article, whoa, you got to pump the brakes on that because of the Tyree Nichols lawsuits. Is that right?
Yeah, the lawsuit, the civil suit the city is facing. So Memphis Mayor Paul Young is proposing no use of the rainy day fund in his budget. And let's keep in mind, we're starting at a budget. The city of Memphis is starting at a budget where the baseline budget, where no new spending, no tax hike, anything, has a $53 million hole right now. It's got about $781 million in revenue and about $835 million in expenses. So there's a $53 million hole that's got to be rectified somehow. Okay, so that's where we're starting. Any of the new programs the mayor is spending is beyond that, and it's one of kind of three budgets that he proposed. But anyway, to the rainy day fund, you would think, oh, just go dip into the rainy day fund. Well, the city just did that a couple of weeks ago, spent $10 million out of the rainy day fund to shore up the current year's budget that we're currently in. So it went down from $114 million to about $100 million, a little more than $100 million. But then you have to worry about the city's bond rating, which is what the mayor talked about in his budget speech. You got to worry about the Tennessee Comptroller requirements and how much you should have in a rainy day fund, which is what he talked about in the budget speech. But what he did not discuss was the pending lawsuit that the city of Memphis is facing from Rovon Wells, Tyree Nichols' mother and the administrator of his estate, regarding the tragic traffic stop that happened in 2023. And, that lawsuit is unlikely to swallow the entire rainy day fund, let's be clear, right? Like, it's very unlikely. The city is seeking to dismiss it right now. It is fighting it pretty vociferously in court, as you can read in the article on dailymemphian.com. But if you were going to save money for the Tennessee Comptroller Guidelines, what the mayor did not say last week was that you might need money and the city might need money for a settlement in that case, the settlement in the Wells lawsuit, the Nichols lawsuit. Let's keep in mind that, the family of George Floyd in Minneapolis, they received $27 million settlement. The city of Memphis, in its own financial documents, discloses the lawsuit that has been filed as a risk to taxpayers. Like it is required to do so, and it does so in its annual financial report, its annual audit, which is a really big deal because you don't see very many lawsuits actually get called out by name in one of those audits. I've read enough of them; it's pretty rare, and so that is a factor here. And let's keep in mind the city is still seeking to dismiss it. It may not come this year. Any settlement may not come this year. The filings and recent filings have indicated it's not imminent. At the same time, discovery is about to start. That means depositions are about to be taken. And let's say the city of Memphis sees a couple of those depositions of key city officials and, oh, well, that could really hasten things up. And this was something that was discussed during city council budget season last year, and it's still rearing its head. And so, it's just something to keep in mind. And it is certainly a factor weighing on the city's finances.
It's important to note for our viewers that the proposals that the mayor mentions here when it comes to the budget has to be approved by the Memphis City Council. And so the mayor can make all these proposals, but it's actually the work of the city council to go line by line and in effect pass a budget. I know that they're supposed to be talking about it, I think either today or later this week. Have you heard anything from the city council about the idea of a property tax increase, either positive or negative?
Yeah, absolutely. So budget hearings actually start today. I think the first one starts at 3 p.m. at City Hall. You can either attend in person, or if you're really interested, you can watch on the YouTube. It'll be on the Memphis City Council's YouTube channel. And I spoke to council budget chairman Chase Carlisle last week, and he had a very, I think, interesting quote. First, he noted that the city was in a bad fiscal shape, and that this was left over from the previous Memphis mayoral administration. That's the first thing he said. But he said he wasn't opposed to a tax increase. The city was just going to have to make a lot of hard decisions before it decided to raise taxes. And where we are is the city council obviously is the funding body for the city of Memphis. They really make these choices, and I'm going in and out here.
I can see you, no problem. Just continue.
Okay. Yeah. So the city really has to make some hard fiscal choices here. And let's keep in mind, let's go back to the baseline here of $781 million in revenue, $835 million in expenses at least. Okay. And so what is going to get cut and what can really feasibly be added before we get to a tax increase?
And this budget has to be approved by the end of June, right? So there is some time to kind of work out all these different nooks and crannies. Is the property tax increase, if it were to be passed, would it be something that would go to voters, or would it just be passed by the city council?
Oh, that goes right onto the tax bills. It does not go to voters. Voters would not
Gotcha.
get the chance to vote on this. And so, yeah, it's got to be approved by the end of June. The city council is going to have budget hearings for the next really month and a half. It's going to be an interesting 6-7 weeks. That's for sure.
No question about it. I know, Sam Hardiman, you will be following it every step of the way. We appreciate you and your insight on what's happening in the city of Memphis, especially at City Hall. Sam, we appreciate your conversations each and every week that you come on the digital desk. Thank you. You've probably heard it before when it comes to not getting enough sleep. You know, we're supposed to get anywhere from 7 to 9 hours of sleep each night, but due to stress, alcohol, caffeine, and technology, that can all contribute to a poor night's sleep. And a recent survey found that itch is the #1 frustration that impacts sleep for adults, and sometimes those kiddos of ours, they also, their eczema also flares up as well. We want to talk about all of this right now with Dr. John Browning. He's a pediatric dermatologist. He is joining us on the digital desk. And John, good morning to you. Tell us what some of the biggest challenges that people are facing when it comes to sleep, when it comes to eczema, that sort of thing. Good morning.
Well, good morning. Thank you, Andrew, for having me. And yes, I'm so glad you brought up skin as being another cause of sleep disturbance, because what we found is that the itch from atopic dermatitis or eczema can indeed wake you up at night. And as a parent of 2 kids with atopic dermatitis and as a pediatric dermatologist, I'm not surprised to learn about this finding, although I was surprised to know that 76% of patients indeed had complaints of sleep disturbance from their itchy atopic dermatitis. And, you know, we've got enough reasons to keep us up at night. We certainly don't need to have our skin be another one of those reasons.
100% agree with you. I have a family member as well that has eczema, but I didn't realize a lack of sleep causes it to flare up. Is that, in fact, the case?
Well, you know, really, it's actually the flare that causes the lack of sleep. So, you know, out of the blue, they may have a flare. We don't always have one reason that causes that flare. It can be a change in the weather. It can be something that touches their skin, or, you know, sometimes in the summer we'll see heat and sweat do it, but they can wake up in the middle of the night. And if you've got young kids who have eczema and you go in their rooms at night, sometimes you see them just fidgeting around, scratching even in their sleep. And then they wake up. And I remember when my kids were little, and they would often wake up at night flared, and, you know, sometimes you give them some medicine like Benadryl to help them sleep, but that's often inadequate. And we've had many vacations where we've had problems because we've had the atopic dermatitis flare and haven't been prepared for that.
So what causes eczema, and what's the best treatment for it?
That's a really great question. And so, you know, at the end of the day, there's not really one cause of atopic dermatitis. And sometimes I have patients that come and see me, and they just want to be tested. They just want some kind of test. You know, please tell me, what is it? What's causing my eczema? Why does my kid have it? Is there food out there? Is there something in the air? And, you know, unfortunately, it's multifactorial. So even though there are things that can aggravate your atopic dermatitis, at the end of the day, it's really 2 big reasons why they have it. Number one, you've got an impaired skin barrier, and that's just genetic. You're born with skin that dries out. It doesn't hold moisture like it should. Different things irritate it. And then your immune system goes into overdrive, and it causes redness, it causes swelling, it causes cracks. That's where the itch comes into play. You know, sometimes you have bleeding on your sheets at night from scratching while you're sleeping. So those are the 2 reasons. And there's not, you know, one thing only that causes it.
I've noticed sometimes with my specific family member that a certain diet can help alleviate some of that itching. Is that what you experience? Would you recommend someone with eczema have a certain diet in order to, you know, keep it under control? What do you think?
People ask me about that all the time, and I always tell them, absolutely, good diet is always important. You want to have a healthy diet. You want to avoid those processed foods. You want to avoid things that are gonna, you know, make your insulin spike. You want to be healthy. So I think it's very important to remind people that healthy diet and healthy sleep are both really important for atopic dermatitis. And I have partnered with Dermavant Sciences, and I'm happy to raise awareness about the survey with these findings of sleep disturbances and, you know, some of the things that patients are experiencing who have atopic dermatitis. So you might consider visiting our website, dermavant.com/sleep itch survey, where you can learn more about some of those symptoms and some of the other things associated with atopic dermatitis.
I appreciate that info, Doctor. What about any other major takeaways that we can tell our audience right now when it comes to research and studies on this topic?
Yeah, great question. I think, for one thing, folks should know that there shouldn't be a stigma associated with atopic dermatitis. It's not contagious. Unfortunately, it's very visible. So people see it. If it's on your hands, they feel it. But they should know it's not contagious. There shouldn't be a stigma. They can talk to their doctor. They can have, learn about their options for treating it. They should definitely visit the website, dermavant.com/sleep itch survey, so they can learn more about it, as well as what their different options might be moving on in the future.
Okay, Dr. John Browning, we really appreciate you coming on the digital desk to talk about this eczema and how it can lead to a lack of sleep for so many millions of Americans out there. Thanks so very much, and we appreciate it. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. The U.S. only makes up about 4.4% of the world's population, but it consumes 80% of the world's opioids. Mothers Against Prescription Drug Abuse, in partnership with Aleve, have launched a campaign. It's called The Painful Truth, and it encourages consumers to explore non-addictive pain relief options with their doctor before considering opioids. Now, joining us to discuss this very important issue, because we all know the opioid epidemic has done a number on us here in Tennessee, Mississippi, and Arkansas. I'm joined now by Mary Bono, former Congresswoman and co-founder of the Mothers Against Prescription Drug Abuse. Also joined now by Matt Robinson, a voice from the Painful Truth campaign. Good morning to you both. Mary, let's begin with you and tell me about how this initiative first began. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, this initiative began by us wanting to educate the American public about something like, approximately every 30 minutes in the United States, we lose somebody to a prescription opioid overdose. And we want people to understand that the use of opioids carries some significant risks like addiction, abuse, or potential loss of life. Also important to know that for some reason, more opioids are prescribed in the United States than anywhere in the entire world. It's also important for people to know if they do take a prescription opioid to manage pain, there is a possibility that they could become addicted.
Yeah, there's so many parts in this country that have been ravaged by the opioid epidemic, and no question our area here in Tennessee, Mississippi, and Arkansas certainly has felt the brunt of that opioid epidemic. Matt, over to you. Can you share with us your first-hand experience with opioids?
Yeah, you bet. I was first introduced to prescription opioids after an injury. I was a football player, big in Tennessee, Arkansas. I'm in Texas, so all boys play football, and I broke my leg. First introduced to the drug then, and I was always getting hurt. I had subsequent injuries, back injuries, things like that. And I was treating pain in the beginning, but at some point I wasn't just treating pain anymore. I was chasing an addiction. When I stopped taking the medication, I would go into severe withdrawal. I'd get really sick if I didn't have it. And then it's like you become everything you swore you'd never be. You're looking in the mirror, you don't recognize the person looking back at you, and you're completely lost.
I appreciate you opening up and sharing with us here on the digital desk. And unfortunately, that story and your story is so common and so prevalent in so many different communities across America. Mary, back over to you. Tell me what Mothers Against Prescription Drug Abuse is doing right now to address this issue that is hurting so many parts of our country.
Well, we've been focused on drug abuse prevention and awareness for over a decade now. But right now, this campaign, we're especially pleased to be presenting. It is, again, this topic, and it is how do we take ownership of our own pain management? We're trying to encourage people to understand the potential consequences of prescription opioids. And we're just telling people, talk to your doctor, talk to your healthcare practitioner. If you need some pain management medication, have a conversation if there are alternatives to addictive opioids. We're really pleased that Matt is the star of this film. He has lived experience and he resonates with people as they're seeking their own pain management journey on what they ought to do. And it's a cautionary tale. And again, it comes back to this can happen to anyone.
Yeah, no question. This affects everybody, regardless of socioeconomic background. Mary and Matt, this next question is for you. And Mary, we can begin with you. How can patients choose and advocate for pain-related management that is non-addictive, non-opioid based?
Well, Andrew, you said so well too, is there's no denying any longer that there is a crisis in America, a crisis of addiction, and it's beyond just prescription drugs, but we are focused on what a patient can do. Again, talking to their doctor. We're very lucky that in this day and age, there are some great, very effective alternatives. Some are over the counter or some are sort of more of other sort of therapies. But there are options out there. And I think we're trying to raise that awareness that patients should simply have that conversation with a doctor about what are my options to keep me off of potentially addictive prescription opioids.
Matt, over to you.
Yeah, I agree with that. Absolutely. Mary said it there. It's the name of the game is to discuss options. When I was going through this personally, there wasn't even a conversation about this. I was given a prescription and I filled it. I didn't think much about it. If I had to talk to someone today, I would tell them to discuss their options because what happened to me could happen to anybody. Addiction doesn't discriminate. And most people that fall into this trap that I fell into are just trying to treat pain. We're not trying to get high. We're not trying to become addicts. No one signs up for this life, but it's a real possibility with these drugs, with these medications. So the name of the game is options. Let's talk about what other options are out there, whether they're over the counter or holistic methods of treatment that aren't going to result in a decade of addiction like I went through.
Well, Matt and Mary, thank you so much for coming on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We have thousands of people watching each and every morning here. Final thoughts and ways that people can maybe find some more information about this campaign online. Mary?
Well, we'd love for you to join us at Aleve.com/thepainfultruth.
Anything else, Matt?
No, thanks for having us. This is a really important message to get out there, and it's an honor. I can speak for Mary as well to be here to discuss this.
Well, thank you so much. It takes a lot of courage, Matt, to come up and tell your story. And Mary, thank you for all that you do. And we appreciate both of you taking the courage and the fight against opioids, not only where you are and where you guys live, but across this country. And certainly we need all the help we can get. Thank you both. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desks. One of the goals and missions of the Action News 5 Digital Desk is to make life and life hacks more accessible, ways to live better, ways to improve your overall health. One of the things we want to do is make life better for you when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to information, when it comes to experts out there to give you everything you need to know to make your life better, okay? So one of the things we want to do right now is bring in our friend, Dr. Alicia Jones from Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare. She has 3 great tips for spring for everybody out there in Memphis and the Mid-South. Dr. Jones, it's good to have you back on the digital desk. Let's hear it. Yeah, it's good to have you back. So let's hear it. What are the 3 great tips that we are missing right now?
So I think one of the most important things that people can do this time of year, of course, as the weather gets nicer, is to get out and get moving. Enjoy the sunshine. Make sure, of course, that you're protecting yourself with some good SPF sunscreen. But get outside, get moving. It's going to be good for your overall physical health, mental health. So that's one of the first things I would recommend doing. Secondly is making sure, of course, that you're getting enough water throughout the day. So traditionally, people think about getting the 8 to 10 cups of water. That's what you've been told. But sometimes, depending on, a person's physical activity or their underlying health issues, they may need a little bit more or a little bit less. So that's going to be important too, to stay well hydrated. And sometimes you can also get a good source of water through water-rich fruits and vegetables like cucumbers, melons, for example. I would also suggest that people could try doing a digital detox as a part of, their whole spring cleaning routine. A lot of times people will focus on, cleaning out the clutter and wanting to get that out the way. And that's good for your mental health as well. But as a part of that spring cleaning, consider doing a digital detox, which, could just start off with maybe just about 20 minutes where you're, cell phone free, and you could use that time to engage with others or sit down and read a book or do a crossword puzzle. That's going to be very mentally stimulating. So all those things are good to kind of start doing in the springtime. We always think of spring as a time to kind of reset and start anew. So all those things can certainly be tried.
Yeah, I agree with you. Renew, reset, replenish our mind, body, and soul, certainly. And you're speaking my language when you say digital detox, because with kids and even with adults, it's like the less time we have on screens and the more time we are out and about talking with people or reading a book, as you said, it's so much better. Where do you see people have the most difficult time with some of the things you mentioned?
So sometimes it's with, certainly with when you talk about get moving and getting exercise, people sometimes a lot will think about, well, I have to go to a gym and I don't have time to go to a gym. And it really doesn't have to be, that complicated. When we say, get moving, it's at least, 20 to 30 minutes should be your goal 5 days a week. You don't have to start off doing that, of course, but, start small. But something as simple as just going out and walking around your neighborhood or the park, or going inside the mall very early in the morning, you can certainly do that. So I find that can often sometimes be a challenge. Is, well, how do I get that physical activity in, and in what way can I do that? I also encourage, if people are able to include strength training as a part of your physical activity as well. So if you're able to pick up a couple of very light weights, 3 pounds, 5 pounds even, you could use that at least twice a week. But any kind of weight bearing exercise is going to be quite helpful as well.
There's also, when it goes to, digital detoxing, there's a couple things people can do, one of which is put timers on various apps and timers on your overall time on your phone, which is extremely helpful. My wife does it all the time. The other thing is, and this was kind of a hack that I saw, and I'm curious if you've heard about it and you've seen an effectiveness or not, is that make your phone completely black and white. And because there is no color, the endorphins don't come with black and white as they do with color.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, I would I haven't heard that personally, but I could definitely see the reasoning behind doing that. You know, anything that's bright and flashing, of course, is going to gather our attention and cause us to focus on that, but also continue to the next thing. So anytime there's bright lights or sounds or, you know, certain music that you're hearing, of course, all of that is going to you know, start to trigger your endorphins. So you definitely want to, you know, try that out, switching to a black and white screen, turning down the volume, putting on a do not disturb, you know, so you're not getting those alerts to your phone that'll, you know, cause you to automatically run and, you know, go check your phone for what's
Yes.
coming through.
Exactly, exactly. Dr. Jones, anything else we can touch on you feels important as spring is in full effect and it's already feeling like late spring?
Yeah. You know, I would also, you know, just encourage people to, you know, make sure that as we are in allergy season, spring season, you know, if you are going to be outdoors and, you know, that can certainly flare up a person's allergies. Let's not forget about that. We are in full swing with that. If there's any question that you have, you know, regarding any kind of medication or what you could potentially, you know, be using as you go on your health journey or what would be helpful to get you started with your health journey, always consult your family physician. They're, you know, good resources to use. No question is ever, you know, too silly to ask. So make sure you utilize that resource.
You got it, Dr. Jones. Appreciate you as always whenever
Mhm.
you come on the digital desk. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. When was the last time you went to a park in the state of Arkansas? They have such a diverse array of natural wonders there. 52 state parks covering more than 54,000 acres, 1,800 campsites, 208 cabins, 5 lodges, and more than 8 million visitors go each and every year, and families get to immerse themselves in all kinds of things in the natural state. I'm joined right now by Jason Perry. He's the park ranger at DeGray Lake Resort State Park. Jason, good morning to you. Tell us where the park is and the uniqueness of that area. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thank you for having me on. I am right here at DeGray Lake Resort State Park in beautiful Bismarck, Arkansas. You can see our crystal clear lake right behind me. We're here in Southwest Arkansas and happy to be talking with you this morning.
I love it. I love it. I love Arkansas, the parks, and the beauty of the state. Such a array of different kinds of areas and landscapes, hot springs, Ozarks, I should say. Tell me about families this year. What can they expect, Jason?
Well, Andrew, I think you hit the nail on the head when you said we are diverse. This is a compact state with a ton of unique features here. You know, we've got mountains, rivers, lakes, diamond mines, hot springs, you name it. There's a ton of stuff. And the cool thing is, it's all pretty close together. Again, the state's pretty compact. So there's lots of things right next to each other. If you want, you know, if you want to spend your whole vacation here at DeGray, we'd love to have you. There's plenty of stuff for you to do for your entire vacation. If you want to spread it out a little bit, we've got plenty of locations all around the state where you can spend a day here or a couple days there and get just unique, different experiences all throughout the state. So really the state itself kind of becomes your vacation